Alright, here we go. Good evening, everyone. I know this is a bit of an odd time. What I'm trying to do is stay up maybe a bit less late. Um, that might be nice. Uh, so I'm gonna stream through what would normally be dinner time because, leftovers. And eat something later and try not to stay up until like 4 in the morning. So welcome back to Translation Trainwreck. We're gonna pick up where we left off with OG2. And I'm gonna give the Wild Raptor a bit of a bump, because it's probably gonna be a really good idea. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna have to suck it up and admit that, like, you really don't start with good, weapons on this route. It's not like OG1 where you end up swimming in, like, M95s or whatever. You are definitely running at a premium as far as your, Oh! Oh! Oh well, that's what I had subtitles for. I was worried that it was being, like, shit about the audio balancing again. I actually just posted a thing on my Twitter about how to beat the Crucible Knight that's nearby there in the Everjail as well, because it literally cheats and reads your inputs, but you can use that to like break the AI and lock it into a punishment loop. Stormveil is like really easy once you have some knowledge of it though. Like as soon as you run through it a second time, it becomes super easy. I was expecting to spend maybe twice as much time on it last night as I did. And like that includes fighting the bonus boss and completing the quests that are related to it and all of that stuff. I can like, I don't have much to do while the game is reading on auto mode, so it's kind of like, I can share dance to the music or I can sit here and do nothing, Yes, so you can't even hear the music. Really? I gotta say, it's nice going from Elden Ring where the music is either just like really loud for bosses or it's like two notes droning endlessly for exploration, to a game with an actual soundtrack is pretty nice. Yep, I need to adjust my model again because I changed where I was sitting. You know, I'm pretty sure that this cutscene is going to last longer than the level. I'm probably going to take a break tomorrow, because I've done streams, like, today I'll probably go for a few hours, and I'll have streamed for like 12 hours across 2 days, and that's kind of a lot. And then I'll do either this or Elden Ring again, like, in a bit. So, like, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. Probably not Wednesday, actually. Unless I do, like, a late night stream. I need to get better about actually having a schedule put together, but it's kind of random because, like, I'm studying online, and so then my university doesn't, like, put up lectures and shit until midway through the week, and then I have to read them, or, like, watch them, rather, because they're, like, recorded lectures. Yeah, don't get caught watching streams in class. That reminds me, how did Giada and Garnet end up with Latuni in the first place? Because I don't think it's ever really explained in depth. I know the school, like, used to be a semi-official thing, since even random people know about it, but it's kind of weird that, like, Latuni was apparently saved, but nobody else was. I just realized my latest follower has changed, but I don't think it happened while I was streaming. So, thanks if you're watching this, but you're probably like, what the fuck is this? Where's Elden Ring? Did it again. Seriously? I'm actually starting to wonder if this is an issue with the auto text rather than, because, like, at this point, it's just way too much, right? Like, surely people would have noticed and complained if it was happening in regular gameplay. So, let me jump back real quick, and we'll try doing that using manual text, and I'll see if it does it again. Right, okay, so it is an issue with the auto text. So what they've been able to do is they've added text boxes, but only for manual text progression, for when they couldn't get a line to fit in the right number of text boxes. So the actual issue is the auto text reader, which wasn't documented anywhere that I saw related to the patch originally, but it may have been and I just missed it, so I'd have to double check that. It's pretty fucking bad though, considering how good the programming is elsewhere in the ROM hack. So, big minus marks. I guess it means that I'm gonna have to start advancing text manually. So, yeah, just gonna have to deal with my reading speed. So presses, and these are the sea lions, right? Yeah. This is the map that I think it is, but it's really obnoxious. I don't remember it that well, though. I think I can just move out on this turn, and then I may have to move back on the next turn. Also, I forgot how bad Lami's accuracy is. It's pretty appalling. No, fine, okay. I misread Pierce as persist. So that's 25 SP that's not coming back. Oh, at least it, I'm pretty sure that one lasts until your next attack, so it won't be completely wasted, just mostly wasted. Wow. Nine HP, are you kidding me? Right, hold on, what's the objective? Destroy all enemies within 4 turns. Okay, so that does happen, but not for a few turns more. Man, fighting a bunch of enemies that have like terrain bonuses and it's this early in the game is just really rough. Ouch. If I remember rightly, these also have yeah, their weapons get bonus damage in the terrain that they only ever appear in. It's actually awful. That's right, that's not the range on that in this game. Oops. I really don't want that to start shooting, but there's... Bullet can hit it if he tries. I need to feed him some kills anyway. Yeah, God, and like half my army has attacks that are nerfed in the water. I'm really glad that there's only a few water stages in this game, and half of them are like so late in the game that most of your army flies anyway. Excel having support defense is so weird until she gets the Rain Ice Ritter, and then you realize that it has HP regen, and she's almost unhittable otherwise. So she can just like soak hits at half damage and then regen it off while she proceeds to like not ever get hit in return. She just barely reaches. Doesn't quite reach. I think this will probably kill it.
Max! Chakram shooter! Go!
Wait, where did she get HP back from? Oh no, she just has a ton of it, okay. I was looking at that, like, completely confused. I don't trust the ability of half of my units to actually hit the self-reses, so... Nice. I think I actually have to play defense here, because otherwise they're going to do a lot of damage. I wish it was that good in gameplay, jeez. Nope. Oh, well, at least at my pace and with the better bit rate making it easy to actually read, hopefully we'll get through more missions like this. Oh yeah, I forgot about the extra space Noahs. I wonder what happened to them, because I don't think they show up in Moon Dwellers, which is, kind of where you'd expect them to show up. I feel like that's a new scene, but it's been forever since I played the GBA version. Fortunately, it looks like my feeding strategy for Bullet and Lamia is coming along pretty nicely. Ripperado. Is that it? No, okay. Alright, so I gotta remember, on this stage, Valletta needs to shoot down all of the enemy units except for the Rand Greasers. And if I, like, fuck this up, then I'm not gonna really be able to do the Inspector's Secret. Ryoto, Ryo, Rada, Tachi, that's way too many R's. Okay, this is really badly formed in English. Like, you wouldn't say that like that in English most of the time. You'd either put the, like, that jerk remark before that, or you would, like, restructure the sentence and convey it differently. Oh, Valetta's in the Wild Shrine, not the Expense. Ah, okay, that's kind of weird, but I'm not going to complain. Okay, so, if hits you, like, at all, you can basically just die instantly. But, fortunately, no, wait, isn't there a... Oh, did they change this so you can't cheese it anymore? No, you still can. So the objective here is to basically just go straight past him. We can attack safely from here, and then next turn we have Persist set up, so then we can move and attack again. But like, if connects with Boost Knuckle, then you just die instantly. It's really rough.
退屈せずに済みそうだ。あんた命拾いしたな。
I think the Grungus might actually have less HP than it does in the GBA version, because I, like, strongly remember this taking multiple rounds. Okay, so this stage is actually kind of rough if you want to get the Graviton Cannon, because, like, Valetta's good, but it's still a bit of an ask for her to clean up all of these units. Fortunately, the Wild Shrine comes pretty well kitted out. I feel like in OG1 she has like a Gespenst or like the Mark II-R or something. Okay, I don't need to bother fighting the Rand Greasers, so I can just dodge. You should call her over.
これ以上ラトをあなたたちの好きにはさせないわ。動きに無駄が多いわね。
You think like Valletta can just blow these away?
地球連邦の犬が。
動きに無駄が多いわね。まだ終わりじゃないわ。
Valletta has like much saner stats in this game compared to OG1 where she's completely cracked, but she's still pretty great. She's much more focused on being a ranged unit now, though, compared to OG1, where she was kind of good at everything. Hey, how's it going?
お前の命運は私の手で尽きることになる。サークルジャンボ。いかん、これ以上食らったら。
That was a crit. I would have passed purple.
動きに無駄が多いわね。
My cats are being weird behind me. So I have to keep turning around to look at what they're doing. Okay, now I just have to clean up these ones and Arado, and I'm good. There's no movement-based lost condition, right? Yeah, it's just allied unit destroyed. I think I need to pick up the pace a little bit though, 'cause... Valletta's morale is so high in comparison to the rest of the map at this point that I'm pretty sure she can just steamroll the remaining enemies. I gotta say, like, how the hell did we ever figure this secret out back in the day? This one and, like, the Angel G, what is it, Ashrider / Visaga one are, like, absolutely ridiculous. I have no idea how, like, anyone could have figured that out. Then she just has to fly over here and murder Arado, which I think I can probably do from here without being in the water. I cannot. Damn. Okay. Wait, is that not... Oh, he's not targetable. I forgot. Okay. What makes this annoying though is that this map is one where you like actually have the opportunity to shoot down Kala, because she only retreats at 12,600, which is low enough that you can potentially kill her using Ermin Ryusei. Oh, apparently that doesn't break the secret in this game though, so I may be able to do that anyway. Does she have support attack? No, support defend, of course. I may be able to get a shoot down on her anyway, depending on if she, defends or not on this attack. Okay, that's got about 1,000 points of leeway, and then after absorbing a bunch of attacks, hopefully, we'll be at a high enough morale that I can use Ketorogokan. Ah, wait, no, I need to do it on this turn, don't I? Alright, so I'm gonna have to play defense for a little more, but that's fine. Because, like, there's no turn limit here. So, yeah, can take another round of that. And then, depending on who attacks when, I may be able to just counterattack and win. Yes, okay. If I attack in this order, then will get... Hello, you whore! Why didn't you attack? Oh, is she out of ammo at range 1? She ran out of range 1 ammo, that's why. So, I can try using this one, but it probably won't kill, but like, she's gonna defend at range 1, right? So there's no way that that's gonna kill. Alright, so I'll back off to... How far back do I need to go? To here, to use her weird not all weapon version of the shotgun. And then I'll just have to hope that's enough. I don't think she's likely to kill Ryusei with that, because I think Persist is still turned on, so it should be fine. But I don't think this will actually kill her. Oh. My legs are going to sleep. Yeah, nowhere near enough. They did the Kono pressure and everything, that was definitely a reference. Base Dorado?
落としはしないが代わりにその期待をいただく。動きを止めさせてもらうぜ。レオナは俺が守る。落ちてたまるか。
One thing that I really like about the OG's games after they moved to this engine is they did a lot of like in-engine on-map cutscene stuff, which is really cool. Which certain military project? And like, okay, this is either new or I've forgotten about it and it's gonna make something that I like thought was dumb make a lot more sense. Oh, maybe it's to do with the Valhalla stuff in Gaiden. That's not a saying. Not in English, anyway. Like, fun you did? Did this get, like, automatically censored or something? Hold on, I gotta take a screenshot of this and post it to a friend so that they can share the pain. Oop. Cable, please go. Wait, hold on, didn't Rob, like, just get through saying that the R2 powered would take a while longer, and then it's just like, here's the R2 powered? So either I misread that, or that was, like, actually a mistake. Actually, how are Yusei's stats? Yeah, they're balanced as expected, and the other one is like... Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put Yusei in the Wild Shrine, just like in OG1, and we're gonna move Kai into the Armor Lion, because he can make really good use of it. No! Ah! I shouldn't have done that. Wait, what are we doing? Is there really any point to doing? Yeah, boom chakra, isn't it? Aye. I misread the thing and removed from all, not just from what I was using. I don't have the proper thing for you, do I? Where did I get a G railgun from? Who? Oh, it's for the R-blade, of course. Who can make use of that? I've got... Pretty much everyone is set for an use sniper, but I should put it on this, I think. And adding one of these for close movement goodness, and then where is the Hakabine? There it is. Okay, you're good for a melee weapon. You're gonna... I need some ranged stuff for those. So that. And that should pretty much sort it out, right? Actually adding on a beam sword wouldn't hurt either. I see a spare photon rifle? I did. Excellent. Okay. That's the wrong photon rifle. Swap it. That one. Yeah. Now, does that actually swap, or do I have to? No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, I think. Oh, wait, hold on. I should put a melee weapon on the mice. Just in case. Do I have anything else? I know, I should put the rectangular launcher on the spare one on bullet as well. There we go. Okay, I promise I'm done playing Super Menu Wars now. Almost. Almost done. I still need to do a little bit more with unit upgrades, but not very much more. Should I go into the Grungast, because I'm probably going to use it the most of anything? Yeah, pretty much. Well, you know, it's the tax that you pay when you get a crap ton of units. It's like, oh, now I need to actually set up a crap ton of units. And then you don't even get to use them for very long. I get to use them for two stages. And then since I'm going to take the space route, I then lose most of them after that. Yeah, right? It's like, oh yeah, let me spend, you know, a few 100,000 credits. I mean, even in the light PC game that was recent, it's like, let me spend like a few 100,000 credits and like 3 months getting this mech set up, and then it dies in one round because it got like head chopped or something. It's like, great, thanks. Yeah, it's the worst. I'm banned from playing tabletop with my friends because I do all kinds of like rude things with the rules. Like intentionally sliding out on tarmac to take down their entire lance by just toppling into it and then just shelling it into oblivion. Oh, right, this is the intro stage, so, like, nothing interesting happens. Yeah, Mega Mech is really like that, especially if you're only really playing with randoms. This is pretty close to the newer OG's games. The main difference is that this game has a system called bullets, where you can combine parts to create like specialized ammo for... What are you meowing about, Casey? Sorry, my cat's suddenly chattering his head off. You can combine parts to create specialized bullets for like guns for W gauge weapons that are ammo based and fire projectiles, which is much more limiting than it initially sounds, because the amount of units like that, like amount of weapons like that you actually use and like would want to spend time optimizing is pretty low. So it was dropped in OGs2 and replaced with the like the pilot parts system, where you have like 3 slots on a mech and 3 slots on a pilot, and then when you have 3 parts the same in a twin unit, then an effect is applied to the entire twin unit. And Casey, little monkey. My cat just tried to climb up onto the curtain rail by jumping up there from the top of the scratching post, and didn't quite make it all the way. Did you, buddy? You okay? You didn't quite make it, did you? So it's pretty, like, if you played Moon Dwellers, which is the latest OG's game, then this is pretty familiar. The big major differences are in the bullet system being different, and the fact that you deploy units individually rather than in twin units, which was the case from OG2 and in Moon Dwellers. Your what days? I don't think that's an English word, English thing either. Oh, having a flying unit is actually going to make, like, previously your units for this stage were really garbage, but in this you get, like, the Armor Lion and the Wild Raptor and the Wild Trine, which I'm pretty sure you got none of them in the GBA version, so... I had to screenshot that and show it to a friend who also thinks that this translation is an absolute train wreck. And they're like, did I forget that it was this bad? Or did they make another pass and make it worse? And I'm like, no, this is the original patch, so maybe they made it better. But it's pretty fucking rough. Destroy at least 4 enemy units by the end of the player phase. This shouldn't be too bad. Depending on how much their units decide they want to move is the tricky part. And I think turning it this way is going to work better. If they decide to just like not move at all, then this becomes really difficult. They're moving. It's pretty much the lions or bust, because I don't really like my chances of taking down a bunch of... I don't have any map weapons, right? I don't really like my chances of taking down mobs of barrel lions. Okay, they do actually shoot back good. I'll get a quick opportunity to feed Bullet a little bit.
Ora, ora, ora! Trojan set! Fire! 思った以上にできるな。生かして返すか。
No worries.
本当に惜しかった。
I'm kind of used to playing these games in Japanese, so I have a fairly solid understanding of them.
Max! Chakram shooter! Go!
One.
Now は地球人同士で争っている場合ではない。やってくれる。
I do. Well, I did professionally, and now I do as an amateur. But listening to Japanese is quite easy for me, because the amount of Japanese that is used in spoken dialogue in stuff like anime and so on is fairly limited, and typically isn't very complicated. So I can understand basic stuff like that, but I'm nowhere near a level that you would call, like, you know, conversational Japanese or anything like that.
オクスタンランチャーの B モードどうぞ。
So I don't normally complain about the like story dialogue unless there's an obvious mistake, whereas you'll hear me complain about mistranslations for the spoken dialogue a lot because I can tell that instantly just by listening to it. I'll have... Yeah, stop it.
前に出過ぎでございますですわね。切り裂く。
Yeah, and it's really bad in Japanese since kanji can be read, you know, upwards of 20 different ways sometimes. So, and like in games like this, there's no context beyond the context of the sentence, right? They didn't have space to put hiragana and stuff, so it's pretty rough. But yeah. So this is not a very good translation. It's certainly not better than the official translation for the GBA games. Unfortunately, the people are just so eager for any Super Overwatch content in English. They're like, oh yes, this is the best! And are like actively trying not to be critical of it, even when they've done really like dumb boneheaded things. Or just been like entirely wrong. On a technical front, the patch is mostly really impressive, but when you think about it from the perspective of, is this actually a good translation? It's like, no, it's fucking awful. Like, there's no ear for tone for the characters, things are frequently just translated incorrectly. Not like, oh, you know, you should have done it this way, but this is close enough, like often just wrong. Dialogue has been added where there isn't any dialogue, and in some cases dialogue hasn't been like written out when it is actually present, although that's much rarer. What else? They introduced a bug where you can lose all the parts equipped to the Angel G unless you unequip all of your parts from all of your units at a certain point, which isn't in the original game. Although this is the original version of the patch, that might have been fixed in later versions of the patch, so I'm not going to be too hard about that one. And also the its biggest issue really is that the team that worked on it is like super anal and will not take criticism.
逃げ回っても無駄だ。まぐれあたりで調子に乗るなよ。何が SRX 計画だ。
That being said, it's probably about on parity with the recent official translations, so VXT and 30. Yeah, pretty much. VXT and 30 have similar issues where the translation is often handled in a really sloppy way. So like in V, for example, one of Nine's lines was punched up where she's like, oh, you know, good evasion for a human, except that like the for a human bit isn't present in the original line, and the line can play before the big super spoiler reveal that Nine is actually a walking like computational unit. So, like, good job, guys. And a couple of instances where lines for characters were, like, lazily copy and pasted from the other main character, so they don't fit. Or places where lines were punched up or just mistranslated, and that's in the official translation. So, like, this is about as good as those, but I don't think those are any good either. Conversely, I'm like much more inclined to view Moondwellers favorably because it was very clearly translated from Japanese to English by someone who doesn't speak either language particularly well. And even though it's frequently like malformed and ugly, I know that it's not lying to me. And so I would rather have a shitty translation that is accurate than like a translation that sounds... okay, I would rather have a translation that is accurate but sounds like shit than a nice sounding translation that is wrong. And this mostly falls into the latter category. Wait, hold on. Why is Kyosuke hearing them? Because I thought he didn't in the GBA version. Then again, Beowulf is like mostly a creation of OGs, so I guess it makes sense to give Kyosuke more of a role with the Ice plot. They all have Beamcoat, don't they? I feel like they all have Beamcoat, which is actually going to be rough, because like half my units are using beam weapons. No? Or is that not a beam weapon? They may have nerfed them from GBA, because they were a huge pain in the ass in GBA. I thought they did, but either I'm wrong about the attributes of the photon rifle, or I'm wrong about the attributes of the Einst units. These are a lot weaker than I remembered them being in the GBA version. Probably I was just bad. Oh no, I see, they all have HP regen now, but they don't have, like, Beamcoat or whatever I was thinking of. Oh, these do have beam coat. Okay, so I was right, but only some of them have beam coat, and I was wrong about the attributes of the photon rifle's attack, which is why I was completely mixed up.
Sate, サクッといくか。ドリルアタック。
You don't have hit melee, do you? Because you're now... Yeah, okay. Fortunately, these ones aren't too, like, dangerous, so... do I have... I'll just let Exxon do it. These ones not having beam coat means that Exxon can just chew them up. Because they were dumb enough to stick together, so she can attack two of them at once. The game actually has a lot of enemy formations that are designed to move as like walls or in tandem with one another, which was fine in the GBA version because the GBA version debuted a skill called Chain Attack that let the pilot, with it, attack through enemies in a line if they were using a weapon that could do it. But it was really broken, so it got nerfed out of existence, and like it doesn't exist in this game, and they brought it back in the next game, but it's terrible. So sometimes the game can be really rough, but then they also introduced all W weapons, which hit both units in a twin unit, but hit two adjacent panels, so you can wreck up to 4 units at once, and from long range, chain attacks all have to be melee. So it's a bit of a swings and roundabout situation. Sometimes it's way worse, and sometimes it's way better. I was concerned that wasn't going to do enough damage to actually kill that. Feed Lamia a little bit. So I'm balancing like my strategies for trying to actually complete the stage with getting the skill point, which is an extra like challenge that you can do that gives all of your deployed pilots an extra 5 PP, which you can spend on pilot skills, so it's very worth doing if you can manage it. But I also need to have the right pilots getting the right amount of kills by certain points to unlock secrets later in the game, which are very powerful in this case, so... You don't have a land value, actually do okay. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. not in this particular one, because this is original generation, so it's exclusively the Banpresto original properties. But in other games, it's like, oh yeah, you know, did this totally random thing, and now you have the Psycho Gundam. It does happen. Is that gonna kill? How much HP do these things have? Oh, it's 5,000. Jesus. Okay. I was like, is this gonna kill? It should be fine, right? And it's like 5,000. Like, no. That's a bit more of an easy kill.
他に命中した。
艦首コントロールラダーです。しかし航行に問題はありません。
Put you right here. Kill all of these guys. Yeah.
もう逃げ場はないぞ。セット、ゴー。
How far can you reach? Okay. Although, like, if you look at some of the units, some of them are, like, heavily lifting from, Gundam properties. So, for example, the Shukabine series is, like, so obviously a Gundam. Which is because in the games that it's from, it was based on them in-universe, because it's from Alpha. Like, it's got the V-fin and everything.
相手は怪獣か。へへ、望むところだぜ。サークルザンバー。
That isn't a beam, right? Oh, they're not secretly.
俺が引導を渡してやる。うなれ、チャクラム。逃がさん。もう一撃。
Sorry, I punched the mic a little bit there.
せずに済みそうだ。これで恨みっこなしだぜ。オメガキャノン。
I was like, is that gonna kill if I return fire? But it turned out okay. Gonna leave that one so that Bullet can get double experience from it. Oh, right, Trust is only 2,000 experience in this game. In other games, it's like a percentage value, so it's much more meaningful for super rewards with lots of HP. But isn't one of them, so it just kind of does nothing.
Unga これを受けて塵となれ。ハイゾルランチャー。セウ。
負けられないもの。
もらった。こいつで決めてやるぜ。ケイトラゴーケン。
Oh, that's not a dynamic kill in this game. Okay, that's weird. Nobody else is going to even be able to get over there, so I'm just going to wait. Actually, I wonder if I can run Bullet all the... Yeah, so these games starting from... I forget which game introduced it, I think. I want to say Alpha 2, but I might be wrong about that. With some attacks, if they defeat the enemy, then it plays like an extended animation. Yeah, kinda. I can actually, hold on, let me get through the dialogue and I can actually show one like immediately. Hang on, let me switch games here real quick. The sequel to this has like a battle theater, which is perfect for showing off stuff like this. So shut that down. It gets this menu. It's been a while since I've done this. In fact, I don't think I've done this since like... No? Okay. I think this is card battle actually, so let's go back out of that. It might also be... I don't think it's part of the library. No, that's a timeline. Yeah, there we go, okay. Ah, units. Oh, there's a lot of units in this game, okay. One. Battle. I need to actually remember what these do, though. As my phone goes off. How do I remove you? Single unit, this one. I think this is correct, but I am, like, sincerely unsure. Right, so you see there it kind of like punched and the blast went through it, but it only did so much damage and didn't kill it. But if you get a kill with it, which you do by going to pilot and then area hit 100% normal. Okay. Then in this case, it's going to actually kill the target. Really? That's strange. Yes, so it like punches through it and does like a flex and everything. In this game, it's mostly in that kind of format, but in later games, they can get pretty dramatic. Like, oh, actually, that's what I should show off, because I think there's one for it in this game. And I just realized that I should actually be using the battle theater for this. Because I'm not going to get the fair lines tonight, most likely, because they're from, like, the last third of the game. And then you have to, like, spend 2 slots to deploy them, and one of the pilots isn't very good, and then the mechs aren't very good either. I do love that it loads up this like completely random field though. So they should be in here, they might not be. There we go, Felon. It's going to use Royal Heartbreaker, which means that it's added shine automatically, and it's Princess Lakuni. And hits, and does 100% damage. Okay. No, it's actually built out of, like, stock parts, and then I draw on it, and my ability to create things using 3D modeling and stuff is pretty limited. It's, actually because, like, my main moderator has a huge thing for, like, Princess Knight characters, so I made it like that. Anyway. If I remember correctly, this should be pretty impressive even in this game.
ラトゥーンにロイヤルハートブレーカーを使いますわよ。わかりました、王女。モードシングルからダブルに、そちらにコントロールを。はい、行きます。パターンセレクト、ターゲットロック、フルブースト。シャイン王女。ラトゥーン、こちらに。
Yeah. These units were heavily inspired by like early 2000s idols.
私とあなたのロイヤルハートブレイカーですわ。
Oh really? That's the whole dynamic kill? Okay. Yeah, the shoulder pauldrons are definitely drawing from that, at least in part. I think I'm one of the few people in like the Western fan base who has actually watched the original Fist of the North Star in full. Because, I mean, being honest, it's pretty dated, and at times it's just not very good, but it's so like sure of itself that it becomes really fun to watch. Oh, that's right. Or like if you do Octo Zankaiken on Salva, he does the thing from the movie where he counts down the 3 seconds and then doesn't take any damage. Yeah, I bumped into that a long time ago, and so I was really surprised to see that Anime Illuminati was like, oh hey, you should check out this set, it's amazing, and it's like from, 20 years ago, and it's in 240p or something. It's like you can barely see what's going on. Oh, okay, Latuni gets shafted this map for some reason, so I guess I just won't have the Wild Raptor doing things. I need to put some guns on that then. I think from memory she doesn't actually get to do much on this stage, so it shouldn't be too bad. I'll take the G Railgun off the Wild Raptor, and I will take the Beam Rifle off the Wild Raptor, and the Orbital Knife off the Wild Raptor. And that should just about do it. See, if I go to custom ammo and then go to develop it, it's like, oh, you can do this, but most of them have like trade-offs, and even with a guide for making special bullets, which are like secrets that you get where they do special things if you have a certain combination, it's usually not really worth investing in. You can use it to do some pretty interesting things with like turning ranged weapons into like ghetto melee weapons, which can be very powerful, but I'm kind of just like not worrying about it. I think a lot of that dialogue was new, and it really doubled down on like the Einst plot and Gilliam's plot, which were kind of underdeveloped in GBA, whereas they're much more important in this game, which is like dramatically expanded from the original Game Boy Advance version. That's actually kind of annoying. In the original game, the mass production Hyuga Mark II is kind of the only realistic option for Latuna to pilot at this point in the game, but we've got all of these other, like, perfectly good units, and she's not using them because in the original game she did this in a Hyuga Mark II, and so that's just how it's gonna stay, I guess. Kind of frustrating. I'm probably going to be using the R-Blade later, so I may as well update it a little tiny bit now. Can I just launch it now? Oh, it's okay. I just got finished saying a few stages ago, oh, all of the really bad water stages are in, like, you know, there's just this one, and then for the rest of the game it's fine, and I forgot that this one exists. It's, like, actually awful. Because you only have one water jet, and you have 3 ground units. It's actually even worse in the original game, because you didn't have access to stuff like the Armor and the, which flies, and the Wild Shrine and the Wild Raptor, which are good in the water and fly, respectively. This is also one of my last opportunities to feed Bullet kills, and he desperately needs them, so I need to try and focus on that.
照準セットイリュージョンアロー必ず戻ってくるぞ
No, this is the start of the game. But after this stage, I lose all of my units for a while, because there's like 3 event stages back to back, and then I'm going to take a route where I don't get most of my units, because there's a secret in the game where there's a stage where you're meant to like run away from some boss enemies, but with clever placement you can actually kill them, and if you do, you get like really powerful items out of it, and they like ignore the 4th wall to address the player like, what the hell are you doing? So it's kind of fun. And it's really boring and annoying to do, especially on this version of the game, but I asked my like chat if they wanted me to do that. They were all like, yes, we do. So I have to take the moon route, because you have to go on that route in order to access the Huyukai early, your other capital ship, because it's the only unit you can upgrade before that map that like you have on that map. So I have to go to the moon, I have to upgrade that unit a lot. Because like, you need it to defend the other units, and even defending with a barrier and being a capital ship, one of the bosses can just like take out half of its health in one attack. Because they all have their endgame stats. You aren't meant to fight them at all, it's just you can. Fortunately, once you deal with the fast one, the other 2 aren't so bad, and once the like tough one is down, the remaining one can be baited into a loop, which is very easy to set up, where it's impossible for them to actually hurt you, and you can just whittle them down over like 100 turns. But the big deal about it is the items you get from it are very useful on like the very next stage almost to equip to a unit, so that you can unlock more secrets on that stage, and it kind of snowballs. In this case, Bullet, the pilot of the Hukubai Mark II, I need him to have, let's see, it's currently stage 13, and after this stage, I don't get him back until stage 21, and by the end of stage 21, he needs to have at least 45 kills and be level 18 or higher. And the units that go away and come back on this route split gain 4 levels, 4 kills, and 30 PP, so by the end of this stage, Bullet needs to have 41 kills and be level 14 or higher. And at the moment, he is level 11 and has 27 kills, so I'm kind of behind. I'm probably not going to make this one, in fact. It won't matter too much on this stage, but what I might do is actually abandon that and focus on feeding Lamia instead, because there's actually more characters that I need to feed kills to unlock secrets. Fortunately, the weapon that you get for like the secret related to Bullet is not particularly useful, and you get a duplicate when you do the secret I was just talking about with the like super bosses anyway, so it's not a huge loss. And it can be easily replaced on most units, since it's a range 1 melee weapon. It is also very heavy, so there are very few units whom it's actually useful for. I weaken that a little bit. Actually, how do you do in the water? You are crashed in the water, okay. And yeah, kind of, if you do it right, it certainly makes the game a lot easier, but this version of the game is actually a bit harder. It has more enemy variety, and some of those varieties are extremely rough. Like, for example, I think I can show you this one. Yeah. So this unit, the Land Lion, which is like a super land unit, in the original GBA game, this didn't exist. But now it does, so you have to put up with having a unit that gets like evasion and accuracy bonuses, and its weapons have damage bonuses on the ground. Stuff like that. And this has like more stages. I think there's a couple more bosses, and the secret super boss is a required fight in this version of the game. It's no longer a secret, and it's actually pretty rough. I think it has something like 720,000 HP, and it has like medium HP regeneration or something insane. So it regenerates 20% HP every turn, and then you know, it hits like a truck, but in addition to that, it also like constantly spawns in nasty enemies, and you have to stop it from crossing a certain point on the map or you automatically lose. It's like really rough. So it will help, but it won't win me the game on its own. On the other hand, you can get the Visaga immediately in this game. In the original version, you had to wait until New Game Plus because it was really overpowered.
期待を破棄する。
具の悪い賭けは嫌いじゃない。
Like, it's in the original GBA version of this game, the Visaga was so good that it's like one of the few units in any game that has been able to solo entire maps. Because normally you just run out of action economy and the enemies will eventually heal, like out-heal your damage. But the Visaga was so powerful that it didn't matter. I think it got nerfed in this game. I know it got nerfed in the immediate next game where it's a guaranteed thing, like you don't have to do anything secret to unlock it, you just get it. Oh hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, have a good one. What's the requirement on this stage? Reduce Sailor's HP to below 10% and then defeat Yuki or Kala. Alright, so what I might do is, since I've got the Grungust on this stage, I might try and set it up so that I can pair him and Kyosuke and then have them run over Kala. Because they retreat at 10,350 HP. This is like my best shot to shoot down Kala. Oh, Bullet has to shoot her down. God damn it. Okay, this could actually get kind of rough. Because if you want the Ravens, then you need to shoot down Yuki Okawa with Bullet, and like, you want the Ravens. They're really, really good. Like, unlike in, you know, later games where it's kind of like they're just there, in this game they're amazing. Pretty sure you can't join with Latu. Oh, you can. She's not an event unit. Okay, cool. I can take full advantage of that. How am I gonna get Bullet to shoot down Carla? Because his strongest attack is... Oh, what's her hit chance on Latuni, actually? Details there. 50%. Yeah, that... I don't think that's gonna kill her, so I think it should be okay. I hope that'll be okay, otherwise I'm gonna be in big trouble. Huh. Gotta have a battle encounter with Yuki first. Maybe I can use Kursuke next down's combo attack to break it. Okay, so it's Stellan that I'm gonna need to join up with. Literally nobody here has support attack. you get enough to do Rampage first? You do, right? Yeah. So, more won't hurt, and... that's probably gonna work well. Alright, let's do that. So we're over here, and boop. Felon's gotta have some melee type dialogue, because you so rarely see it.
よらば切るとか言ったりしてね。
You don't have his delay, do you? No. So I just gotta actually move you. I'll have Excellin join Bullet, and then... oh, I can't... can I not get close enough to set this up? It doesn't matter, I'm gonna have to set it up across multiple turns anyway. How much HP do you guys have? 200,000-ish? So the problem that we end up with is that we're in this like really awkward situation with the with Carla constantly being defensive. I've just gotta hope that like she'll stop eventually. Shouldn't be fatal. I can actually afford to knock her a little bit more, and I'm probably going to have to. If I bump her a little bit, what's the range on the G-Railgun? It's 107, so that's fine. So if I bump her, I'll move you over here so that range. And just like this again, flying bullet with Stellan. Move you over here. Command range. And then I'm just going to knock Carla just a little bit. It looks like she's not going to shoot, so I'm going to have to try and bully through that much HP, but it might still be doable depending on beam coat. Every time. Okay. You. That's not a beam weapon. I think this will be fine. Okay. I'm going to reset a little bit. I can't afford to spend like to have like 3,000 damage on the table when I'm trying to break through a defending target. Because I've got to do like 2,000 damage, 20,000 damage, right? It's kind of a lot. And then like, not only do I have to do that much damage, but it has to be, like bullet scoring kills, so, okay. then if I give you... Maybe I can roll and give you a little knock with the beam chakram. Is that gonna... That's surely gonna do too much damage. Maybe this? Okay. I might have been overestimating a little bit. Okay. I do have a little bit of a concern about Latuni surviving, but I think we'll just save here and then we'll give it a few goes, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I feel like this might also be one of those stages where you can, like, afford to not kill things. Sync, metal. Yeah, critical force is good. You guys, we have bond, metal, yeah. Okay, here we go. Wait, I can completely surround her. I think that's a thing in this game. I hope it's a thing in this game. Okay, here we go. If this doesn't work, then, like, it's just not... Oh, she's attacking back. Okay, I may actually be able to kill her. With 3 criticals and a good support attack, and the combo attack, it's totally possible.
そういうノリお姉さん嫌いじゃないわよ。ああ、ラブラブアテックね。インパクトキャノンが俺に合わせるぞ。ああ、ジョースケン。
Okay, that's a good start. Oh, I don't know about that one. What's up, buddy?
1、2、3 タイミングはバッチリ。
I don't know if Latuni is actually going to be able to do 2,100 damage on a support attack.
あいつの思念が感じられる。
まだ私もいる。追尾して撃つ。見た目よりは。
Alright. How am I going to do this? Can't really, like, do much more damage to her. Maybe I can nudge her a little bit. Because it was like 900. Do I have 900 leeway? I actually do. Okay, so let's say from here, and we'll try and figure this out. I like how I'm actually bothering to go and do this, and it's like, you know, it's not like I'm playing this on an actual PS2, like I'm playing this on my Sony PC, you know, I have much easier ways that I could be using to get this to work. Anyway, alright, and then, what if I know, because that'll... I need to do about 300 damage, but it needs to be, like... Because that'll do way... These will do way more than that, right? They really will if I miss. Like, these have all been upgraded and stuff, so that's gonna do, yeah, way too much damage. Actually, maybe I should just have, Lamia attack immediately. Although, that'll probably do too much. The Gurgust might actually be an okay bet. Fly in here and do this. Okay, and then if I bonk it here. Okay, that cut off a little bit more. Is that a post? That's not a post movement. Oh no, it is. Okay. But I can't. Oh, I can reach her. Okay. But then I gotta actually hit her, which isn't likely, but we can try. Okay, it did like 10 damage. Casey, could you try not to knock my screens around when you're jumping up into your igloo? That would be great. Okay. Like, I just like walked across in front of me and then jumped like 1.5 meters to reach the top of my cube shell from my games and stuff off. Okay, that cut off a lot. It did give her more morale, so that's like a concern. But I think using... Actually, what's the difference in stats for you guys? 'Cause you're... Yeah, there's a significant bump for bullet. It's like 2 levels worth. And that's kind of a lot. But it's not more damage than using metal would get me, and I can cast both metal and sync. Okay. Is bullet going to be able to hit her if I do that though? 90% is worth a try. Then pull a toonie, we do metal and bullseye to make sure that she gets a critical, and she's getting like plus 10%. I think it's something stupid for these ones, right? Because it's... Ah, but I broke metal by doing that check, but like it's a huge bump. So I need to do that again, but maybe the damage rolls will work a little bit better this time. This game doesn't use fixed RNG, so you can reroll for things, which wasn't really the intention there. It's like, when this is what you're reduced to, it's kind of what you gotta do. Oof. So do you know what, maybe I should just attack with Lamia like right away and call that good. Normally I would just like knock them over using Kyosuke and but that's not really an option because I need to have Bullet be the attacker that causes her to get shot down. Is that too much? That was too much. Okay, so Lamia isn't even in like contention at this point. Actually, is Lamia a ranged unit? Can I expend a turn to make this work better? Because I can rig it so that, because Excellent has support attack as well, right? No, only support defend, okay. Yeah, because my only person with support attack is her or the Hyu, which isn't really up to much, okay. Maybe if I come over here and bonk her, that'll work better. Oh, not if he gets a critical hit, it won't. Is that just going to be fixed, or can I fiddle with that? That's way too much damage. Oh wait, Lamia herself is a ranged unit, right? Is it? Yeah, final damage plus 5%, which is worse than what they get here, where it's 5% damage, but all of their stats are better. Well, actually, does that only apply if... Yeah, okay, that only applies if they're both joined together, so... That's fine, and she gets a bonus from Ryusei anyway, which I think is more damage. Xylin is getting a bonus from Josuke. It's like much harder than it should be. Yeah, that's just gonna get erased by Beam Coat. But like Beam Sword and this don't really do enough damage, was what happened last time. Oh! Oh! Okay, that's about as good as it's ever gonna be, so... Okay, here we go. So metal, sink, or cast focus here. Cast metal here, bullseye. Okay, now hopefully if bullet hits her, then my damage rolls will be on the high side, and it will actually shoot her down. That start. I feel like that might have been worse than before because she like might have passed over a threshold for Prevail. Yeah, I did less damage than last time because of Prevail. Or possibly I just had a low roll. Ah! This is so freaking hard. Obviously what I should have done was buy like support attack for and then go in. Or spend my money upgrading weapons some more. I might just have to give up on the Ravens, but that would really suck. You get them in Gaiden anyway though, like real Gaiden. I'm gonna play OG 2.5, but that's only because Fen assures me that like the translation is even worse in that game than it has been previously. Group here. Actually, what if I group you with this? Is that gonna do... Ooh! Okay, and then can I get away with this? Nope, that's gonna do too much. Okay. Okay, so if I can hit her with, like, the photon rifle, and then... having a couple of hundred more HP at the top end might actually be better. Because that might not have pushed her over a threshold, because she has... What does she have? Guard. Oh, it's Guard! Okay, so I pushed to 127, but Guard only kicks in at 130%. So I think that this is actually going to be my best bet. Oh, and I'm going to... I don't remember if positioning actually exists in this game, but I'm going to pretend like it does, just to... like, just in case. I think the problem last time was that I grouped her a few too many times to get her down that low. Because her morale goes up every time she takes damage.
よし今だ
そういうノリお姉さん嫌いじゃないわよ。
エクセレン息は俺の方で合わせる頼むぞ
了解。
チームインパクトキャノン
二人の愛の力で。ちょっと合わせるんじゃないの？
Yeah, that's better looking.
何が愛の力だ
だって二人の共同作業よ。
知るか
アゲトちゃんの方を指すわよ。見た目よりはタフなんだからね。
That's hurtful. I'm hurtful.
ワン、ツー、スリー。タイミングはバッチリ。照準 OK。マトリックスミサイルファイヤー。
マーク2の性能を当てにしすぎたか。
ターゲット変更。攻撃開始。BM セレクト。ガンファイト。発射。
72?
土壇場でなんとかするのが私。
I might be able to nudge her once more, maybe? No, because then her will goes up by 4. Which is absurd. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to rely on getting a good damage roll, because, like, there is some variance in damage. It's not 100% fixed damage. But if I nudge her again, it's, like, it's not gonna work, so... maybe I can burn... No, because I don't have any... I think Expellin has a bonus with Lamia, but it might be an accuracy bonus. Not a useful bonus. And get a bigger benefit from doing that, and then you over here. And then I guess we do this again and I hope it works. I think that with the way it works, I'm never going to be able to shoot her down. I could restart the stage and, like, put more weapon power into, like, the G-Impact cannon and stuff, because I had a bunch of money saved up, but I don't really want to do that. I think there's got to be a way that you can make this work. It's actually possible that by disbanding this and changing with Kai, that the total damage output will be superior to what I was doing before. Because Kai can use Valor, right? Oh, the problem is he's got to actually hit Valor, and that's not the easiest task in the world. And it means that Bullet isn't going to get a crit, but let's find out.
このマーク2なら地球圏を混乱させて何になる。必殺の一撃を。G インパクトキャノンファイヤー。
これって向こう
I
の
don't know if it's down to there, so it's kind of on Kai to do the heavy lifting,
遅いのよね。
which means he actually has to hit her. I think this might work though, everything's gotta line up properly, you know? So, I think I was wrong about damage rolls, but I think the game still doesn't use a fixed RNG, so like if you reload, then it won't turn out badly. You will move. You, okay. Get out of the way. So the biggest buff from Commander is actually the units that are immediately adjacent, so by putting it there, Kai gets like the full benefit of the boost. And like, as you can see, his hit rate just jumped to 90, so that's kind of good considering that it was at 75 before. Yeah, I think if... Oh, whoops. Ah, no, that's still less. The G-Impact can... Oh, it is 1 to 7, okay. Okay, I have, like, this really stupid idea, but it might work. So by swapping in and setting the Grungast, I might be able to, Oh, she's gonna attack though. Excellent might have enough to use Daunt, maybe? Okay, this could be rough. Dodge. Ow. How much morale did you just go up to though? Because it went up to... Okay, her morale didn't rise. In fact, can I look? No, I'm just short. Damn, okay. So I think that this might work. Just because the Grungas deals so much raw damage.
ヒュッケバインのパワーを見せてやる。ターゲット天にロックオン。その名もジートマゴーン発射。暗剣殺。
Oh, that actually did slightly more damage as well, because Bullet got morale from getting attacked as before. Oh, that's good. That's a lot of damage.
ワン、ツー、スリー。タイミングはバッチリ。照準 OK。マトリックスミサイル。
ここまでか。
Ah! He needs to survive because otherwise Latuni doesn't get to support attack. Okay, I think this will work. He just needs to like do yeah, okay. So I think this will be okay. He just needs to, he needs to not get hit by Yuki is the main thing here. Really? That's 100%? Oh no, it's 32%. Okay, that's better. Okay, now I think this should be fine. In fact, Carla missed there, so I think there's a chance that, her morale goes up when she misses. Okay, so I need to set this up, but then Ryan needs to get hit by Carla. Actually, you know what I can do? I can wait until next turn and then... No, that's dumb. And I did this the wrong way. Because I need to have Latuni in place already or she can't support attack. So, having messed this up so badly, I'm now completely reliant on, like, stupid amounts of RNG to make this actually work. Because, fortunately, Carla hitting right isn't too bad, but I also need Yuki to miss Bullet, and then I need some other things to go right, so it's just really kind of rough. That being said, I'm positive that this will work, so I'm actually gonna save here so that I only need to re-roll this like little fraction of a turn. Can't I do anything to, like, increase her chances of hitting? Right? Can I? No. Oh, maybe I can change where I put the Hagane so that Rai isn't included, and I can move where Kai goes too, so that Rai isn't getting a buff. That I saved! Okay, I'm just gonna have to hope that she hits him, I guess. I'm so stupid. This game doesn't use a fixed RNG, right? I'm sure it doesn't. If it does, then I've snooked myself and I have to restart the game because I saved like an idiot. But I'm sure that it doesn't. Okay, she hit him so her morale doesn't go up. Right? Yeah, see, it's only 127. Okay, now everything is in place. And Bullet still has persist on, so that, like, won't kill him. Okay, this time should be it.
行くぞ新型の性能を試してやるぜ受けろ必殺の一撃をとどめな G インパクトキャノン暗剣殺
これって向こうのプレッシャー
Good damage numbers. Really good damage numbers, considering Gust is cracked. Okay, then Latuni just needs to hit her for like more than 558.
ほらほらそんなポジションじゃいい的だよマトリックスミサイル発射
こんなもので臆する俺じゃない
逃がさない
Come on, Latuni.
もらったわ
Yes! Whew. Okay, we had to basically play it like a fucking puzzle game, but we got there.
動かないでゼオラ
ゼオラお前は俺が守る
Oh, okay. So, do you want to know something fun? I've never got either the Stealth Boomerang secret or the Ravens before. Alright, I gotta take 5 and like bottle of water and stuff because mine ran out before the last map and I forgot to refill it, so I gotta stay hydrated. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Alright, I am back. So, not much happens on this stage. I'm actually just going to save the game and move on, because I'm not going to get most of these units back until the route split, so there's no point in fiddling with them. So we missed the Shishio Blade on Bullet, but we got the Ravens and we got the Stealth Boomerang for Carla, so that's pretty good. So then there's like 3 event missions, and then the route split, so I want to at least get through the event missions and then do the route split on like Wednesday or something. I feel like this scene wasn't in the GBA version either, and it's like new stuff, but I could be wrong about that. Text takes up like such a tiny amount of space, even on a GBA cartridge, that once you have the assets, like adding text scenes is basically free. I mean, there's even stuff in the cart that wasn't used, so I feel like it could have been there, but maybe not. Oh, okay, I thought I saw something weird on the screen, but it was just me being weird. Oh, wait, hold on, no, this entire mission is new. After screwing around for like 30 minutes, I managed to do the thing that I was trying to do and unlock a secret, so you didn't actually miss much in terms of like the game actually moving on. Because I spent a long time basically saving and resetting and treating the game like a puzzle game. Actually, no. So, this is gonna sound absurd, but the one bit of RNG that I ended up re-rolling for in the, like, final version where I got the secret was manipulating an enemy to hit one of my units instead of missing them. Which is ridiculous, but it was actually necessary for me to kill them. Okay, so let's destroy all enemy units within 4 turns. Right, so I can probably do that on her own for these ones, but is the range on this still... No, that's still functional, okay. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot because Saha actually got her own theme song in this. Yeah, I mean, these are just drone targets. These big ones are the real threat because they have long range, but it's not really meant to be super difficult. The real challenge here is just going to be finishing up the map within 4 turns.
を超える刃だ。食らえ。シリーズ77の期待をやらせるわけには。ブーストドライブゴー。
Yeah, I know enough wrestling to get stuff like that. That's totally what these are. In games like this, you normally refer to them as like grunts or trash rather than jobbers, though. No, I think just the type 2 habits. 2K field turned on yet? Should do.
もしかして私に遠慮してくれてるの？受け身になってるだけじゃダメ。マキシムラスター発射します。
Counterattack is guaranteed. You actually get choices. I'll show you when it goes around to the enemy phase next. Do I move up? If I move to here and attack this one... Actually... This is there, and then I can... Excuse me. Oh, it defended because I wasn't paying attention. Okay. That could make this a bit interesting. Oh, they're like not shooting so that it's harder for me to actually clean up the enemies in time. I bet I know. Do you have soul? And you probably have something that heals. Yeah, right, okay. So when you get attacked, if the enemy, you get 3 options. You can counterattack. You can choose to defend, which reduces the incoming damage by 50%, or you can choose to evade, which cuts the enemy's final accuracy in half. Accuracy can exceed 100%, so like if the enemy actually has like 150% and you evade, it'll go down to 75. So you'll see it go down from like 100% to 75%, but if it's at like 90%, then you'll go down to like 45%. Choosing to defend or evade will take away your opportunity to counterattack, but it can help you, keep things alive a lot longer, which is fairly important. The main, how should I say? Oh, you're going to evade, are you? Alright. I should leave that up to Slay then. Okay, I move over here and hit you regardless. Nope, that's gonna suck. So Alex can kill these. The thing is that, like, if you start defending, then you give up the enemy phase, and that's where you do most of the damage, because there's always more enemies than there are your units. But it's better than losing a unit most of the time. What turn is it? Turn 4. Okay, cool, I can do it. I've got to feed Ibis a bit because she's in a bunch of stages later. That was close. I didn't notice that it was evading until it was too late. Well, no, I still had a turn to spare. If I was like being like super sweaty about getting all of the skill points, then I would have had to reload if that had missed. But since I'm not, it's not a big deal. Oof. Getting reduced to 80 morale basically means that they're useless until they can come back up, and that's gonna take a little bit to happen. However, at least I can actually use Sumi. She's not too, like, stellar, but these are pretty okay. You just park her here, most likely. And that'll keep her alive. I didn't know Tsugumi actually had, like, battle dialogue and everything. I totally forgot that this, like, bonus stage was added in. Tsugumi's morale should come up fairly quickly because she's in a position where she's gonna get smacked up a lot, but you need to have 110 morale before you can be part of a twin unit, and that's gonna make keeping Ibis safe kind of a problem. I don't think she's likely to get shot down if I just move her, though, so I think it'll be okay. What's the objective here anyway? Just destroy all enemies. Get in there. There we go. I forgot to move Tsugumi. That's annoying. Because she's in a unit that is normally only used by enemies. meant to skip the animation for that one, because there is no way that she's going to take damage from this. Perfect. So the easiest way to get Ibis's morale up is going to be to feed her some kills, unless there's an event that does it for me. You can upgrade the robot units. You can upgrade both their base stats and their weapons, and some units have what's called a W gauge, which allows you to equip additional weapons on them. So that's mostly for units that are like real robot units, so like the Hugabine, for example, whereas super robots like Kusaha's Grimgust has like fixed weapons, but it's the Sky. But, so you have to upgrade. Pilots also accrue like a special currency you can use to buy the new skills and such, but you mostly level them up by using them, whereas you don't necessarily level up suits by using them, but shooting down enemies nets you money, and you use that money to upgrade the suits, so kind of double-sided. Alright, so, okay, everyone got a huge morale bump, so at this point the map is basically a formality. However, someone got bopped, I think it was Yen. Is that going to do enough damage? Okay, I don't trust that that's actually going to be a kill. So I'm gonna... Only Kusaha can really afford to take on the Grimgust. So, because otherwise it's really going to beat it. Because, like, if it hits anyone else, it's really going to beat them up. Ow! That still did a lot of damage. Well, he's technically not operating it. He's letting the automatic operating system run it because they're pretending that all of the units have gone haywire in order to force the girls to start fighting seriously. Yeah, who are you targeting? I was dodge that. Oh, stay spawned. Yeah, although I think Kusuha's figured it out, but the other characters definitely don't know that yet. I'll land here and then move up. This way it can't shoot back.
Target lock. できたわよね。ソニックブレイカーセットゴー。
Because she's not fully in control of it, since she's like not even a test pilot, she's the manager. So she was not ready for it to suddenly accelerate like that. Okay, I might just do that. So like, and Sonic Breaker like dramatically ramps up the already fast mech by using its Tesla drive to create like a pocket of like not wind resistance, so it suddenly accelerates really, really quickly. Yeah, it's this is an actual phenomenon, where like, if you, when, the atmosphere becomes charged and like, ozonizes or something like that, it, the amount of wind resistance is reduced by some factor or something. It's something like that. I know it's based on like an actual thing, but I can't remember what. Apparently it worked, but she was trying to save the plane, I guess. the one problem about playing this on like a Sony PC instead of an actual PS2 is that the really nice CGs that appear over the loading screens only last for a moment, especially when it's going through the menu, so you don't get to see some of the kind of cool ones, like the ATX team doing Kuzuha's wave off, which is cool, but you only see it for like half a second. Actually, if I remember correctly, then this stage is also new. Yeah, so originally the two original generation games were released on the Game Boy Advance, and actually had like an official English localization, which was pretty good considering that they had to work with, you know, a Game Boy Advance resolution. And, uh, you know, Ryusei has attack names for the SRX, which are like, you know, Heaven and Earth, Sure Kill, Ultimate, fucking whatever, it's like 8 kanji long. And that just doesn't fit on the GBA screen, so they obviously had to take a few shortcuts. But, and there's a couple of mistakes here and there, but overall it's pretty good. This was released a few years later on PS2, but it didn't get an official release because the guy who was running Sony's localization department at the time was an asshole. And so, like, okay. In the 2000s, it was pretty common that games that were due for a Western release, even if they were like Japanese development, they would be developed with an English dub first. Like Devil May Cry 3 is a good example. And the reason for that is that at the time, the guy who was in charge of Sony of America's games division had it as a rule that, first of all, 2D games would not be localized, only 3D games would be localized, and by preference they wouldn't see 2D games on the PS2 at all. And second, any game that had Japanese voice acting required a full English dub, which is the main expense that was responsible... Yeah, right? Well, he was in charge back then as well. This is like the main reason that a lot of really good games never got localized. And this game is definitely a victim of that, because not only is it a sprite-based game, but it has a full and like really rich Japanese dub. They would have had to dub, you know, thousands of lines of dialogue, probably more like tens of thousands of lines of dialogue. And on top of that, a lot of the voice actors in this are like really well-renowned voice actors who are like well-known from doing mech anime and so on. So it's not an easy game to cast an English dub for. So it never got localized because they didn't want to make the expense. So it's been languishing for a while, and then this translation patch happened, which is pretty trash, but it's what we've got. And, you know, for a lot of people, it's going to be the only way that they can really play the games. So this game changes a few things. It adds in... Yeah. Oh, nice! I got pulled in via, Samurai Pizza Cats when I was really little, but then, like, Digimon is what dragged me in really hard after that, and then Gundam Wing got me into mechs, because things aired in a very strange order, because I'm in Australia, so, like, all kinds of things happened. So yeah, this game is both of the GBA games packaged together, and, the first game is basically the same, except that the hidden boss is a mandatory fight. This game expands on Original Generation 2 a lot, because they kind of dramatically expanded the lore when they went, oh, we are going to make this like an actual series and not like 2 games that we did kind of for fun. So, like, some of this is pretty much new, and, like, there's, like, 6 stages at the start of the games that are brand new, and then I'm pretty sure that, like, the stage that I just did and the stage that I'm about to do, I'm pretty sure that they're new. Yeah, I can... From the point of view of someone who, like, grew up in, like, the 60s, 70s, 80s, and was then working in this situation, and especially given that the United States was the primary market, and that the US has never been particularly xenophilic, and on top of that, there's always been, like, an anti-Japan sentiment in the US at some level, depending on, like, who it is, but and where you are, but I can understand why they would make that decision. But it's caused a lot of problems as a result, now that we are, you know, more connected and a bit more egalitarian about that kind of thing. So there's varying reports on it, like there's one, I've heard various things about it. So one is that they just weren't given scripts at all and literally made it up. One was that they thought that it worked better as a comedy show rather than as like a more generic Toku show, because the original was like that. Either way, I do know for a fact that the studio who created the original Japanese version thinks that the dub is much better. So... I actually dug it up again, like, when I was an adult, and it was like, wow, holy shit, I did not get this show as a kid. So much of the humor is just not things that kids would get. No, this is the only stage that it shows up in, actually, since Lafina literally just rolled out of bed and scrambled to the bridge without getting dressed. This way, check the music page. That's the wrong music. Shouldn't I have Ganjiro's theme by now? It is only sharp in this game. I guess that only shows up in this game. Okay, that wasn't how I was expecting them to move. I'm definitely not going to complain about the game, like, actively choosing to move my units, because it would be really annoying to move them and then have to move them back. They are out of here. There's no way that I can catch them with the guest burst. In fact, I'm going to pull them back since there is absolutely no chance that I'm going to catch them, so it's better that I move back and play defense. Because you know that there's going to be more guys that spawn in. Yeah, here we go. Oh, wow, it's you, okay. The problem was more that I literally couldn't catch up with them. They move faster than the guest bents do. Also, guest bents are good units, they're not actually trash. Here they come. Yeah, Leona really can't take a hit and relies very heavily on, like, not getting hit in the first place. Which is fine, unless she actually gets hit, and then it's a huge problem. And that's where we are at the moment. Yeah, she's all about that. She's actually, in the game before this one, she's actually kind of chunky because she's the only good pilot for the Argon, which is a secret unit that has a barrier, and she's one of the few pilots who is, like, actually a good fit for it.
もう一かけいくぜ。打ち上がれ。一発や二発食らったぐらいで。
She got hit by, like, a coin flip and then a 30% attack in a row. Like, what? There's not much I can do about that. Yeah. It's a percent-based game. Sometimes it just kills you. It's not as bad as, like, Fire Emblem, where, you, like, because normally if you lose a unit, you have to pay, like, out of your funds to repair it, but, it's usually not a game over. In this case, I'm actually just not gonna move my guys too much. I'm over here to be a shield. Yeah, more like Reset Emblem. Despite having been playing them for quite a while, I'm pretty fond of playing on casual mode because I often play in bed, and obviously my decision making isn't the best in the world when I'm, you know, in bed before I go to sleep. So... I have briefly, but it kind of ran like garbage on the computer that I was playing it on. I need to get back to trying that, actually. What I did pick up that really impressed me was Langrisser, like the remastered ports of Langrisser 1 and 2, because I tried playing, because I played the mobile game, right, and I was like, this is kind of cool, I don't know what the actual game is like, and as it turns out, the mobile game actually cuts out a lot of the kind of annoying busy work that drags the game out. It's really bad if you play, like, the original versions of, Langrisser 1 and 2, because turns take forever. It's absolutely awful. The remaster has, like, a dedicated speed up button, though, so it's pretty good. Yeah, Shining Force is on the list when I get through playing things like Front Mission, because I picked up the whole series and haven't actually played it yet.
私に手出ししたことを後悔させてあげる。
一発や二発食らったぐらいで。
Yeah, I mean, I played the first one a little bit, and that would have been not more than 10 years ago, and it looks pretty good. But, like, I was playing it in my university classes on during lectures and stuff on, like, a crappy tablet, so it can't be that bad. Okay, so what you're saying is that I should look into the Saturn version.
Shashin
それより砲撃を。
こちらを
く見れないわけではない。
Can't believe he lived that.
力の差を教えてやる。
損傷は軽微なようですね。
I mean, I personally consider the fact that the recent re-release of Symphony of the Night had a redone dub and it's like actually passable quality. I consider that to be absolutely awful because the original terrible dub is so completely iconic. Sure, I'll look it up on YouTube and stuff, but sure, that's good. Conveniently, I don't need to worry about actually shooting them down. Yeah, it's like, what is this?
私を失望させんなよ。
このままではこちらが幽霊に。
Similarly, the redub for Resident Evil, like the original, is not much fun either. It's not really a surprise that there was like almost instantly a mod created to replace the dialogue with the original bad dialogue.
よし、注意のいつものタイミング。
So the master of unlocking.
この距離なら。
The best part is that Wesker's VA has obviously figured out what kind of experience he's in for. And he's just clearly having way too much fun.
DC にマイヤー総司令やビアン総帥の意志など存在しない。
この機体では勝てんのか。
I should say, guest vents are good machines when people who are suited for them are using them. One of the biggest problems with this stage and the stage after it is that you are basically forced to have Katina and Russell in guest vents. And that's not a big imposition for Russell, whose primary function is to be a shield for Katina, who is like the ultimate glass cannon character. She doesn't even have good evasion, but her offensive stats are absurdly good. But Katina just suffers incredibly in the, I meant to cancel that and go back, that's fine, these things happen. Katina suffers incredibly. Actually, fun fact about Katina, since this is well known in like survival circles, but maybe not elsewhere. So Katina's character design was actually submitted by a fan who won a contest. No, okay, so yeah, Spence are actually pretty thick. They have 1100 armor, which is pretty solid for what is meant to be like your weakest kind of unit. But Russell has an extremely high defense value, and he has wall, which reduces all incoming damage that he takes to 25% before anything else occurs. So like, and he has support defend. He actually has the highest natural support defend in the game. It will level up to support defend level 4, which is the maximum without me doing anything. So, and when a unit support defends, so it jumps into lane and takes a hit for another unit, it takes the defend action. So when he does that, if he's cast wall, he takes 12.5% damage from the attack. So at that point, it basically doesn't matter how weak the armor of the unit that he's using is, he's just not going to take much damage. There's actually a trophy in OG2, which is the 4th game in the series, called The Man Who Became an Iron Wall, and you get it for having Russell use support defend 4 times in one turn. I don't do it in this game because there's not really a reason to, but in OG1, it's totally valid to like put Russell in a jet and have him support defend from that, because everything stacks together so well that it doesn't matter that he's in, you know, a literal space fighter with like space fighter armor. His stats are just so defensively high. Yeah.
でかいだけの機体だ。
なんてったって巨大な盾だからな、こいつは。あんたの運命決まったぜ。雷鳴先行シーズン3だ。なんだと。
Like, I don't get an opportunity to do it much, but one of the things that this game introduced was the twin unit system. So when units are at 110 morale, they can join together, and then they get a bonus based on their unit type. And they can attack together, but their movement becomes the average of the 2 units. But it also gives them access to twin spirit commands, which take both pilots, like, magic points basically, but are really powerful. One of the biggest buffs that Katina got going into OGs2 is that starting with OGs2, rather than deploying individual units and having to form twin units on the field, units can be pre-deployed as twin units. And Russell's twin spirit is Unison, or Sync, and when Sync is active, it causes both pilots in the twin unit to use the highest pilot stats. So like, Katina's evasion and defense are garbage, but her offensive stats are high, whereas Russell has really high defense, but his attack stats are garbage. But with Unison active, they both use Katina's offensive stats and Russell's defensive stats. But in this game, that only lasts for 1 turn, but in OGs2 and Moon Dwellers, it's permanent unless you split up the twin unit. So Katina and Russell become really, really good. And the only thing that really holds them back is that the Gespen's Kais were nerfed from Gaiden to 2. Because they were way too good. Oh, I can move you now. Nice. Not normally. So this mission, as you can see, there's no turn limits or anything, but there was the skill point before I got a game over, which means that I can no longer get it, where you had to shoot down 7 enemies within 6 turns. But in this, there's not normally turn limits, but often, well, there's not normally strict turn limits, but depending on the game and the map, like often there will be an event that ends a stage, rather than the stage simply ending when all units are shot down. So for example, in this stage, I'm pretty sure there's going to be an event where Asuku upgrades into the Ganjuro that they were talking about in the intermission, and the stage will probably end after that. Ouch. Unfortunately, if Russell like doesn't have wall turned on, and like this is before I can start doing things like buying the pilot skills that make him really good. So this could go badly. I may have been slightly too aggressive with Katina and Russell. I think it'll work out okay. But like Tetsuko and Leona could probably like beat this map on their own. I really need to pull V2 back. This is turned on. You do have split defense, alright? Level 1. I'm having to do like quick math to make sure that nobody dies. Sort of. If you move a unit back into the ship, for every turn that is in there, the pilot will lose 10 morale, but their ammunition and HP will be restored. So you prefer not to do it, but it's better than losing a unit. So sometimes you gotta do it. Yeah, that looked bad, but I was pretty confident it wouldn't be fatal. Now for the actually hard bit, which is fighting Murado, who is like absurd. Oh wait, do they not regenerate HP in this game? Oh, I may have screwed up. They may not regenerate HP in this game and only regenerate energy and ammo. I really thought they got HP though. That'll be fine. I might just do a quick little save here anyway, though, because I'm not that confident in units that I haven't actually been able to do anything with. And this guy has 63,000 HP and amazing stats.
この無妙に当てたか。散り際は潔くな。我が立ち
Okay, I see we didn't even bother to translate that, but that was pretty rough, so I can kind of forgive you. Oh yeah, so Super Warlords is like, in its default form, it's normally like an anime crossover. Original Generations, and they're like tied together by an original unit that is kind of like a player avatar. And then they had enough of them going, that they were like, well, what if we made a game that was just like a crossover, but of all the original units that we made, and that's what this is. Yeah, pretty much. In a literal sense, actually. So, 8 of the characters in this game are actually mutually exclusive player characters from the original Alpha, and only 2 of them like continued to show up in like Alpha 2 and Alpha 3. To my understanding, they actually won like a poll or a contest or something, like that was mailed out to players of the game to see like who should be the recurring protagonist. And Kusuha actually won, so she's like the main character of Alpha. And then Tetsuku was another character who could be the player character in Alpha 1 if you didn't pick, you know, one of the other 7 characters. So it's kind of interesting. And Alpha 1 has this, like, visual novel kind of aspect to it, where you get a lot more decisions to make, and they can have pretty significant influences on what happens in stages. But, translation patch for that is coming never. And on top of that, what I know about what we had is like really shit. Oh, I get to move twice? Oh, and he refilled all of his stats. Cool. Okay, move over here next to Leona.
くじと狙いは外さねえ主義でな。ガンドロの最大パワーぶつけてやら。さあ乗ってけ。超特大のシーズンアンカーだ。
So the way Alpha works is at the start of the game you pick from one of 8 characters, and there's 4 characters of each. So there's 4 characters of each sex, and then you pick their personality of 4 types, and then you also pick their significant other, which is one of the other 4 characters from the opposite sex, and their personality. And each of these combinations not only has like some unique dialogue, but it also changes most of their dialogue, because a person's personality is like much more apparent in Japanese than in English, based on how they structure their sentences and what words they use and what endings they use. Like, there's much more variation than English allows for. But like, it's the kind of thing that you need to convey when you're doing a translation. So you basically have to do the same script 8 times. Actually, more than that, because some of it's for like specific combinations, which is rough, right? But it's all there in the game's files. It's just shittily laid out because Super Warlords text dumps are a mess. But last I heard of it, and this is from someone who was on the translation team at the time, all of the protagonist and significant other dialogue had been stripped down to only one set of text. So like there should be, so the dialogue should change based on the character's sex and who their significant other is and their personality. But last I heard, it was all being written, it was like all being replaced with one of the personality types, so they only had to do the script for it once. So not only is the alpha patch coming never, but when it eventually comes out, it sounds like it's gonna be shit. Okay, if Leona attacks into that, she's going to die, so let's not do that. Yeah, Japanese is a high context language to begin with, but it also has a lot of variation. Like, even there's like, you know, a million different ways that you can refer to yourself, and pretty much all of them mean something different, depending on how you do it and what context you do it in. And because that nuance exists in the language, it's used in writing to tell you things about a character. So, for example, and this is like a classic example, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Little Yugi uses Boku, which is like appropriate and polite for a young boy. It's probably a bit too polite for a teenager. Whereas Big Yugi, who is kind of a prick, uses Aura, which is like fairly arrogant, and you wouldn't normally use it in polite company unless you're like super assured of yourself. So it's not rude or vulgar, but it's like it tells you that he's a very different person when he's in Big Yugi mode. So they had to do that a different way in English, and to 4Kids' credit, the dub does that very well. But it can extend to like which specific words you use for things, which particles you use to end sentences. All of these, like, it all means different things to a Japanese reader who is like, oh, this character talks like this, which means that they kind of feel like this. If you want a really good example of a game that did a really good job of translating that, check out Earthbound. Legends of Localization has a really good article about pretty much everything that was done with it, and it goes into a lot of this kind of thing. But like one of the big things about Alpha is that it has this, yeah, pretty much, or like Desu is a pretty like stock ending, but you could use Da or Daze, or you could use Desu-ayo, and they all sound different because it's like just Da is less formal, and then Daze is kind of like, you know, slightly vulgar, like punkish. And then like Desu-ayo is like super formal and gives the impression that the speaker is like upper crust or maybe a princess. So it's not easy to convey in English, but there are ways to do it, and it sounds like they're just not going to do that in Alpha. And or at least that's how it was like a year ago when I checked in. But also the lead translator for this game is the lead translator for Alpha, and since this game's translation is shit, it doesn't really give me like great confidence that Alpha will be good, especially because there's just so much text to deal with, and it's all really shittily laid out. Like in the game files, it's really poorly laid out. It's basically just a context-free text dump, which is one of the reasons why translations for these games have always stalled for so long. Right, but it's especially bad in Japanese. And, like, it's really bad for old, games that didn't have hiragana or anything. So, like, you can, I can't really show it easily on screen. But like, with Japanese, because there are so many ways that you can read kanji, because the Japanese language as written is basically a mashup of the Chinese and Ainu languages, like clumsily mashed into Chinese characters, and then with like 2 additional alphabets added onto it to try and make it work. It's a huge fucking mess. Um, so, with some games, what they did... no, I'm getting ahead of myself. So what you can do is, when you have kanji and you're like, I want this to be read in a specific way, you can put what's called furigana above it, which is hiragana or katakana, which are alphabets that just tell you a noise, whereas kanji tell you an idea.
ダンディ2号ちゃんです
Okay, he has a name.
発射しません
So you can like put little tiny hiragana or katakana above kanji so that people know what you're saying. You usually see this in things that are aimed at kids.
これぞ
True, they have 2 alphabets for phonetics, but katakana is used for like foreign words, whereas hiragana is used for native words. So, like, in these games, most of the... especially if you have, like, proper names that are meant to be pronounced phonetically and are not native Japanese names, they'll almost always be written in katakana. So you can put, like, this little thing as a guide, or, like, you can do, like, some authors do, and they have... the kanji means one thing, but then the furigana means something else that is like a play on that meaning. Like Bleach is infamous about doing this, right? Yeah, I seriously don't know how I'm meant to win this stage at this point, because I'm just kind of getting blown up, and nobody else can attack into Murata, and... oh, he's gonna run away. Okay, good. Because I sure wasn't gonna beat him. Old PSX games, in fact most games that are on, like, basically any system that predates, like, the PSP, and even then, like, lots of PSP games and DS games don't do this, they just don't have room for furigana in the typeset, because in computing terms, you'd have to put, like, an entire new typeset in for each kanji that you wanted furigana above. Not a new typeset, but it would have to be like a distinct character, because of the way most games display things. Display text, rather. So what you can do is you can put the furigana in brackets after it, which is what Xenogears did, which is why Xenogears has that really weird translation choice, where it has, like, it says one thing, and then they try to, and then, like, the bit in the hyphens is... technically, in Xenogears, in the translation, the bit that they say normally is the furigana, and then the bit that's in the hyphens is the kanji, which is how they translated it, but it's the reverse in the Japanese version. You can't do that in most games, so it's like, it just assumes that you know what it means when it uses kanji, and it's like, you know, that's hard enough sometimes, even if you have context, but it may, you know, in a text dump that's, like, completely out of order, it's even worse. So that's, like, the main reason why Super Robot Wars games take forever to come out. And, like, with Pokemon games, for example, they normally don't use much kanji, if any, in their games, and at least in XY, but it might have started earlier than that, when you're doing language selection for Pokemon XY, if you tell it Japanese, it will actually give you an option where it reduces the number and complexity of kanji, which is intended for, like, young kids, and then it has another Japanese script which has, like, more kanji and more naturally constructed sentences that are more like what you would read in the real world. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's mostly because English is also like a really clumsy and bad language. It doesn't help that, like, the Chinese reading, which is the on reading, is like, there's like one of those, but then there can be like a kun reading, which is like, you know, the Japanese one where they've just like randomly mashed Ainu words into it. So you get stuff like, the kanji for God, which is like, you can read it as Shin or Kami, and then Shin, depending on how you write it, could also mean true, or new for that matter. It's really awful. Like, Get a Robo, which is a pretty common series in Super Robot Wars, it has 3 separate OVAs that are all named Shin Get a Robo. But traditionally, you only call Shin Get a Robo Armageddon by Shin Get a Robo, and you call the other ones New Get a Robo and Neo Get a Robo, because the other one is like Shin Get a Robo versus Neo Get a Robo, but it relies on that joke. It's really stupid. Yeah. Not only is that like, oh yeah, okay, that's rough. Have a good one, and thanks for dropping in. Alright, I think I'll get through one more stage and I'll call it quits. I can't upgrade it as much as I wanted to, but I can upgrade it in a pretty fair way. And it should upgrade its weapons too. Wait, not the beam weapons, those are going to be useless. And can I equip the repair and resupply module on you and have it stick? If I can do this now, I can actually save a lot of time later on. Hopefully. Hey, you can't? No, okay. I was like, can you change the beacon back? No, you can't. Okay, so having done that, we should now be onto the stage, which is where you would actually go to in OG2 after Arado gets shot down. You should go to this stage, I think. That's a good point, actually. I haven't even thought about that. Leave it at under 5% HP. Well, it's a good thing that Lafina has, or like one of them has Mercy, because that would be a bit of an ask otherwise. 1, 2, 3, but this guy has a ranged attack. Oh, no, it's still range 1, okay. I was sure that this had like a longer ranged attack in later games, but I guess that's wrong. It loses Sheath Thunder too, which is kind of rough. I'm gonna play Russell and Katina a bit more conservatively than I did on the previous map, where they nearly died and were then, like, basically useless. But the downside to doing that is that you lose, like, all of your energy. That one's looking kind of low. Kind of screwed that. Lower, 107, okay, cool. In fact, it's so low that she would get to double attack it.
全部発射管1番から6番まで装填完了です。
ならば先に1番を発射してください。
I didn't mean to skip that, but that's okay. So that one's now over and done with.
チーナ注意、見ていてください。投げられるのはいや殴るのは少し自信がある。ジェットマグナム、焦らずに相手の動きを見れば。
I can't believe that Sugu still doesn't get. I'm just, you know what, I'm gonna give him Steel Cockpit. He's probably gonna be in the Grogas 2 later anyway. one, right? No. Come on, I know I saw this before, because it played... when... Here it is. Like it played earlier in the game, where did it go? Man, they want you to fight a lot of units on this stage with honestly pretty bad mechs. I'm actually kind of surprised at how rough this is. I do have the game on hard mode though, because of all the skill points that I picked up. Well, at least it's going to be good for raising Leona's kill count. Because it'd be nice to pick up the Huckabine Mark III? Maybe? Like the additional one, I mean. Maybe I should put Super in the box though. No, because he doesn't have a good ranged option for it. One of the secrets later in the game is that basically all of the alpha characters need to have a combined kill count of something like obnoxiously high. I forget what exactly it is, but I mostly remember that it was really annoying to do. Not quite in range, but I can move up here. It said all the alpha characters, but I think it's actually something dumber, like all of the alpha characters that use Tsuka, or that like aren't Tsuka or something. It's... whatever it is, it's annoying. But having an opportunity to feed Leona a little more isn't really a bad thing. I'm pretty sure that Tsuku shouldn't destroy them from full health with a map attack. I'm just gonna save real quick, and we're gonna test that theory. then skill at the moment, it's 128. These ones are 118, so it's lower, so Mercy will work. Will it get its attention?
ドラゴン2よりタッキー本艦はこれより超重力衝撃砲を発射します。
シークエンス G 始め。重力ブレーキ作動準備。
エネルギーコンデンサー問題なし。
最終安全装置解除。
超重力衝撃砲撃て。
This is why this was disabled on the previous stage. They didn't want to have to redo the entire CG. Since you can see Lafina in the CG shot, they didn't want to have to redo it to have her in the pajamas.
いいところに当ててきましたな。
副長感心している場合では。
So that's great. Dun dun dun. Okay, I do have to do some menu wars, but it's not until after I change the route split. And I've been going for too long already, so I definitely need to call it quits now. I'm probably not going to play too much. Well, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow or Wednesday because I've really got to give my throat a break. And I'll have to like catch up on my uni lectures and stuff as well. So Thursday probably, and it'll either be this or Elden Ring most likely. There's a good chance it'll be Elden Ring so that I can actually continue the games since I guess I can do my uni or off stream. It's not like we're missing anything. Anyway, yeah. So, thanks to everyone who dropped in and said hi. It's really great when we can actually have a chat going. If you're watching this on YouTube, like would be super appreciated. And I promised, like, once I get my uni stuff sorted out, I'll start, like, properly posting schedules on Twitter. It's just that with the way my uni is, it's like, oh, you know, here, you know, welcome to, you know, week, what are we now? Week 4, week 3? Week 4. And your lectures will be up sometime. So I need to like put aside time to watch those and do other stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Okay. Yeah, I will see you guys next time.